Tell me where I'm. Sorry? Where do you want me to stand? Good evening. Please take your seats.
Take your seats.
Yes, and there's your mic. Good evening. Welcome to you all here at the Grand Junction in London and to all online to the second of 4 days of the second Bethlehem Cultural Festival. We're delighted to see you here in these complicated times. The purpose of the festival is to celebrate and highlight the richness and depth and beauty of Palestinian culture in Palestine and where it has taken root abroad. The Friends of Bethlehem UK is the charity promoting the festival, which was established by people, notably Melissa Scott, for whom the experience of Palestinian life and culture was a life-changing experience. The festival is spread over 4 days, and it's a blend of physical and remote events on this week in London and on Saturday and Sunday in Glasgow. Our thanks go to all our talented and generous participants for being with us. And to all who have worked so hard to make this happen. We're going to start this evening's session with a conversation entitled The Power of the Vine. It's a conversation about current and ancient wine production in the region. I'm really delighted to welcome firstly Fadi Katan. Fadi is an authority on modern Palestinian cuisine from Bethlehem, where he runs Hosh Syria guest house and a restaurant. He is a pioneer of food tourism in Bethlehem and Palestine. The discussion that Ferdi will chair is with two participants who are online. Firstly, we have Michael Karam, who is a British-Lebanese wine writer, noted particularly for his contributions to a large number of important and substantial books and articles on regional wines. We also have online from Jerusalem, Sari Khouri. He's an architect and a winemaker from Jerusalem. He's the founder of Philokalia, a winery in Bethlehem that produces wines and spirits from indigenous Palestinian grapes. Over to you, Fadi.
It's really a pleasure, even though a last-minute pleasure, to be here with you again. Sally and Michael are going to share with us their experience of wine. And I think the choice of wine was important because what this festival is doing is challenging perceptions. And saying we have Palestinian wines challenges all the perceptions people could have of Palestine. But Michael's going to be telling us about Lebanese wines and the wines of the region. Good evening, Sally and Michael. We can't hear you.
Fadi, hi. Fadi,
Michael.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sally, I can't hear you.
Hi, Fadi. Good evening.
Good evening. Michael, we chatted a bit earlier on what we're going to be sharing today with our public. And maybe you could start by giving us a bit an idea of the history of wine, the modern wine in our region. And then we'll hear from Sari about his experience with coming up with the vineyards in Bethlehem.
Thank you, Fadi. Hi, Sari. It's a pleasure to be on the same stage with you this evening. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to really remind everyone that wine from the Levant, and by the Levant I mean Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, and to a lesser extent Jordan, has been around for a very, very long time. It's one of the birthplaces of wine, and indeed the Phoenicians, the Canaanite people who populated the Levantine coast, were the world's first wine merchants. So we have a very rich and very powerful history when it comes to the vine, our relationship with the vine, our ability to sell and to trade, to communicate who we are. And one of the ways we did this was by putting wine, we were the first people to put wine in jars, put them on boats, and send them out across the Mediterranean to Greece and to Rome, to Carthage and to Crete. So, you know, this is really good CV material for us, and it's something that we don't really exploit enough, given the fact, I think, personally, that our region is plagued with negative images. And I think one of the things I hope to do today with Fadi and Sari is to explore this and to say we need to talk about it more. We need to use wine as a soft power tool to get our message across there that we are a region of tradition, hospitality, and generosity of spirit.
Sari, you courageously a few years ago started your take on wine in a land where we both grew up, that had gone from this history Michael was telling us about into wine produced by monks, mainly for church wine. Can you tell us a bit how all of this started?
I think it started along the same lines that Michael mentioned, that we're sort of caught up in the grayness of the present moment and starting to learn about history, which was much more colorful. I think it's an interesting history to explore and learn from, and learn how to redevelop, so to speak, what it means to be Palestinian and one's relationship to the land and place and what it has to offer.
Michael, you were saying it's a soft power wine. I think food and wine are the best vehicles we have to be able to share our culture with the world, because they come with no culture label and with a lot of culture label. How's your experience in the UK been with marketing British wines, Lebanese wines?
Well, I think going back to food, what you said earlier, the job of selling Lebanon as a wine-producing country, and for our purposes tonight, for the Levant as a wine-producing region, has been made so much easier by the richness of our food, the richness of the Arab table, and by the popularity, let's say, of the Arab diet, especially in this day where veganism and vegetarianism play such an important role. It's very difficult to sell wine in isolation. When you have a food culture behind it, it's much easier to promote. When you have the notion of the table, the family, the breaking of the bread, I think suddenly selling the idea of wine becomes that much easier. And then you have a snowball effect, and suddenly the region is known for delicious food, the region is known for wine. Wine reminds people of civilization, of sophistication, and of history, and of heritage, and before long, these things snowball into something very compelling and very attractive.
Are we selling the food, the wine, but also we're selling the terroir? And Sari, you've worked with Palestinian native grapes, while traditionally we've been going to the facility of the Cabernet and the Sauvignon historically in places like Palestine the last 50, 60 years. How was your experience with farming and getting that flavor of the terroir into a bottle?
Not an easy question in the sense that there aren't enough references to know what flavor of the local terroir actually is. But I would say the starting point is understanding what makes a good wine culture. And that starting point is trying to understand that there is, or work with the first principle, which is that there is a relationship between a local wine. What I mean when I say local wine, I mean a wine that's from native grapes, fermented a certain way, maybe in wild yeasts as well. And the relationship between that wine, local cuisine, and local climate. And I think that becomes sort of the foundations for beginning that research. And afterwards, it's a process of R&D, experimentation, testing the market, the potential of a particular grape. It's quite R&D intensive and also quite experimental in a sense, because there are no references of people trying to go to that particular core of matters to establish a wine culture first, an understanding of the role of wine, how an industry is developed, how you approach a product, and then you figure out later if it's worth selling, if it's good quality or not. That sort of comes in secondary.
What's interesting with this wine culture, 20, 30 years ago, we did not pair our cuisine with our wines, or with wines, actually. The drink to go to was ara. And that has changed thanks to you guys and thanks to chefs who've tried to create these marriages. In the UK, Michael, have you had particular Lebanese chefs that have worked with the wines? Or was it more happening in Lebanon and then exported, this whole idea of trying to do the pairings?
I think in the UK we still have a long way to go with the Lebanese restaurant culture here. I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to it, but I think I don't think wine pairing has been as much a priority as it has with, say, the Argentinian restaurant groups such as Gaucho, who really propelled Argentinian wine into the UK consciousness. In Lebanon, we are a spirit drinking country. You mentioned arak. We also like our whiskey. We also like our soft drink. We also like our beer. Wine is not the automatic go-to with our food. It's, as you said, it's only a very recent idea, but I think that the opportunity is very rich for pairing Lebanese food with Lebanese wine. And in particular, this is something Sari touched on, in particular, Lebanese wine that's got a sense of identity, a sense of place, a sense of terroir that can really, enlighten and enhance people's perceptions.
You mentioned Argentine. If we look at the example of Argentine, Chile, South Africa, they've actually used their wines to export their culinary culture, but also a very challenging perception of challenging our perceptions of those countries. Sari, and being a Palestinian winemaker, how do you carry the Palestinian message across and outside through your wines?
I think people sort of burden themselves a little bit too much with trying to carry the word or the meaning of Palestine through every little thing that they make. I think the name has become almost insulted in the process. It's too big of a burden. I think people's work should speak for itself. And then people would recognize where you're from through your... So I think that's the first step. The other thing I want to mention about, let's say, trying to create Palestinian wine is that the cuisine we refer to today as cuisine of Greater Syria or Levant has actually been influenced by sort of being along the crossroads, the Silk Route, etc., and influences from different cultural groups that have come through the area years. I would imagine that the potential for a real local wine is actually quite high in not just fitting the local cuisine, but going beyond that. Several of my wines go often, quite nicely with either something like spicy as Thai food or Mexican food, or even something as delicate as sashimi. And so I think that the repercussions, or I would say, the potential for a local wine from this area would way
Michael, we earlier talked a bit about how the Lebanese have gone from the French influence to a more diverse array of vines planted, but also very different and modern approaches towards producing wines, unfiltered wines, natural wines. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, I will. I'd just like to, before I do that, Fadi, if you don't mind, I'd like to pick up on the point you made about wine changing perceptions. I think the point you were trying to make, and I think Sari perhaps misunderstood it, was that we can see what wine has done to other countries, notably South Africa, which had a terrible reputation with apartheid. We've seen what it's done to Chile and Argentina, which also had troubling reputations with their political systems, their authoritarian juntas, and wine has helped soften that. And I don't think we can really. I think we shouldn't discount that because it's a very powerful tool. Tourism, it can help tourism, it can help perceptions, and so on. Anyway, to go back to your point. I think in Lebanon we have undergone a learning curve that a lot of the New World wine producers have, in the sense of they want to make wines that they perceive to be the best, and then when they get confidence in themselves and an understanding of the wines they're making, then they begin to look at making wines that really reflect who they are. Maybe not using as much international grapes like Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, Chardonnay, which are very popular and have their place, but also by using indigenous grapes and grapes, like you pointed out earlier today, that there are winemakers in Jordan that are using Touriga Nacional because these grapes tend to adapt more to the terroir better than, say, the obvious grapes like Cabernet Sauvignon and so on. So I think all the new wine areas of the world they go through a learning process, and they will eventually come out the other side having the confidence to express who they are and make wines that have a sense of place and are authentic. And I'm sure that Sari is aware of this and is doing, from what I understand, is doing that in Palestine. And there are a lot of winemakers in Lebanon who are now embracing the Marouah and the Abeidi, which was seen as Arak grapes, and now using them to make really, really good wines.
Sari, what grapes are you using in Palestine?
Yeah, I just want to sort of continue along the same line that started with. To compare us to countries like Argentina, Chile, South Africa, those are countries that have really developed their wine culture only since the last 200 years, really, with primarily French influence, and the grapes that they're using to promote their own wine culture are French grapes. In our area, our responsibility is double. Besides managing our image as far as what wine can do for our image and the quality of wines that we can produce, but we have thousands of wine-making and native grapes that have been domesticated in this area. So the earliest examples of domesticated grapes were in 7,000 BC by the Natufians. And, it goes on from there. So we have a certain heritage beyond just making that good wine, letting the world know about it. I don't discuss the grapes. We have about 23 different varieties in the Bethlehem area. I don't discuss their names for several reasons. The capital, my own capital, my project, the R&D. On one side. The other side is I want people to evaluate the wine what they are and not through the preference of a particular grape. And I think the reason for that is partly that people start with categorizing wines by, you know, if you say a Cabernet, then you have a reference. If you have a Sauvignon Blanc, you have another reference in your mind, and then everything has a sort of native grapes around the world. I think the discussion for me should be based more on, is it first a good wine, a very good wine, a fine wine, great wine, and then we get into the added value of whether it's Zendali, Hamdani, Brawi, you know, whatever, Ubaidi or Mirwe, Lebanon, doesn't matter so far in the discussion to make that for public. First, the quality of the wine that has to speak.
Well, we don't have your wines with us tonight here, so you'll have to tell us a bit more about your wines. I had a question about the reality of actually winemaking in Palestine. We are a country under occupation. We have less access to land, of course, less access to water. How does occupation affect your business?
I think it affects every aspect. I don't think I know it affects every aspect of our life, but we certainly don't have access to irrigation water, which is why the choice of going with native grapes is ideal in a sense, because they're most adapted to climate. Access, you know, through checkpoints, bringing in product, bringing in supply, electricity, water, even cellar use can be occasionally cut off, as you also know yourself, Fadi, in the Bethlehem. Our vineyards are surrounded by settlement, which does not allow us to build anything. So all supplies from the vineyard have to come in and out every day for use. We don't have a place to build like a storage room or a shack. Settlers that roam around the area, you know, the workers process in an unsafe. So yes, it affects every aspect of our life.
Michael, you were saying, you were coming back to the point of wine being a good vehicle for challenging the perceptions and sharing our culture. If I'd ask both of you, you had one bottle of wine, one place to choose to serve it, where would that be for a Lebanese wine and a Palestinian wine?
I mean, that's a question that would take a very long time to answer. I'm not even sure how to answer it properly, but I think that I would just want to show that we come from a region. I think, to me, and you know, Sari and I have probably got different objectives of how wine serves our trajectory in life. But my main mission is to make people open their eyes to the fact that we come from a very rich winemaking region. It's not all about instability and war and hate. It's about, as I said earlier, hospitality, tradition, generosity of spirit. So I would just like every opportunity I get when I travel the world, and I've been to New York, I've been to Japan, I've been to Europe, is opening a bottle of Lebanese wine to people who say, wow, I never knew Lebanon made wine. And then that allows for a discussion and all the good things that come from that discussion. So I hope I've answered your question in the best way I can. It is a vehicle for discussion.
You did, totally. Sari, one bottle of your wines, which one would you share with us tonight if you were here?
I think it's slightly even harder than the question you just asked, Michael. But if I may, I just want to continue along the line that Michael started. I think Lebanon in general has done a much better job finding its place in the winemaking world. What Michael is saying is actually very, very, the world should know what Lebanon has been doing with wine. And also considering the political climate of the place, I'm certainly inspired by a Lebanese winemaker who during the Civil War were, you know, sort of smuggling grape by truck at night from Raval to the south and then taking it by boat up to Jounieh I was reading these stories when I was in Lebanon in 2009. It's absolutely inspiring. I hope Palestinians would be inspired by Lebanese to have that sort of drive, that ferocious intensity to do and create. And so I think Lebanon, in some sense, is a little more. Um, I don't know. I think hard to say where I want my wine to be served, so to speak. But I agree with Michael that wine is an opportunity for discussion. Maybe more specifically, wine is definitely key. It opens up a lot of doors. But I was happy to hear that they've tasted one of Masiriana in 2019, a few days ago in a restaurant in Germany next to a Sassicaia 1998. Sorry, in 1989. And it was a great honor for me to have my wine next to the bottle. People were quite satisfied with it, very happy. So I think we're on a good path for so far.
Sari, Palestinian wines, I think there's a bit of a challenge with labeling wines. At least me as a restaurateur, I had a challenge with Palestinian wines produced in Israel, Israeli wines produced in settlements in the West Bank. How do you deal with this whole challenge of provenance? And we don't have an, I would say, system or an indication of typical region. How do you deal with this and fight a bit the muddling that happens with settlement wines and bans on settlement wines while you're trying to pierce the market with your Palestinian wines?
Yeah, definitely the Israeli wine industry is very, very interested in the Palestinian native grapes, and for several reasons. Part of it is used to reaffirm sort of their historic heritage and recreate the narrative. They sort of take up also all the agricultural land and get a lot of incentive to start vineyards and wineries and settlements. I've seen wines recently from settlements in the Bethlehem area that are starting to label their wine as made in Bethlehem. So they're trying to appropriate basically our town's name even. Well, they don't even live here or acknowledge that we live here, but somehow the name has some selling value. There comes with a lot of support. It's a lot more structured. People are quite innovative. They do their research, they spend, they develop, they promote, they do PR. It's quite a big machine to sort of go up again. I think with the limited resources that one has, the wine still has to speak for itself, and the consumer around the world has to decide. I don't have resources that, I can't play by the same rule. I don't have the resources for that. And like you said, we don't really have an established industry, government bodies that give, they organize the different wine producing zones or any even board to export, to promote. We don't have that, so we can't play by that. The only thing I can use is try to produce a quality wine and let the consumers around the world decide. And certainly there's enough to prove that there is a lot to use as material here to develop a real Palestinian wine.
Michael, have you ever had a Palestinian wine?
No, I haven't. But I would like to say, just listening to Sari speak now, that it humbles me to hear him speak, because in Lebanon we have our frustrations about the public sector not taking our industry seriously. We get frustrated about there not being any government support. But when I hear Sari speaking about his native grapes being expropriated by a colonizing power, it makes me realize that we even though we have frustrations, we have something representing a functional wine industry. And he, as I said before, he has my undying respect for fighting in his own way to protect his culture. And I would love to know if there's anything I can do to help him protect Palestinian grapes from being native grapes, from being expropriated so shamelessly.
There's a trend today which Palestinians have started, and which is to try and let the world know more about our grapes, our food. Yesterday we were talking about hummus, but with wines and vines and native grapes. I think it's the same thing where we need to share as much as possible the real stories and the real experiences of the wines produced by Seri and by other Palestinian winemakers. Seri, you were saying we don't really have an industry, but the few wine producers we have, is there anything around creating maybe a winemakers association that could give you a bit more communal work together to fight those challenges that are quite particular in Palestine?
I think something will form organically at one point. I think that what's happening now is maybe a little bit more interesting for me in the sense that also with COVID and the challenges to these few wine producers in the country, whereby they were used to a certain, let's say, we have a lot of tourists that come visit the country, and these people come visit and want to taste something local. And then they sort of go off with their experiences, and then the next group, in which case there is really no dialogue about the wine itself, the wine solution not really being tested. The current circumstances are testing things for everybody else, for myself included, and the situation is creating sort of different types of opportunities for the current producers. Some are struggling because they're losing their tourism. And others, like myself, thankfully, we're sort of expanding towards other places, and people are finding that the quality of the wine is very interesting. And so that makes other producers almost, which I think is very important to sort of set up the group that you're talking about on the right philosophical basis and on the right principles. Because just to have an industry that's just an organization that serves it, but without really having a sense of setting up some phases for what's important for us now, the next steps, investment in R&D, etc. Sort of goes under the table, then you need an industry to just sort of a government body that supports the needs of that industry as far as operational things. But I think we need to establish more on philosophical basis that address the needs and the situation at hand, and also phase it into something that can grow.
Thank you. We have a few minutes left, so if there are any questions in the audience or online. There's a question. I can't hear. So the question is, a lot of people associate Arabic and the history of Arabic poetry in places like Baghdad about wine. Is that the same heritage we're having today? Are your wines coming from that history of wine in the Arab world?
I'd like to say yes, but the reality is, and I can only speak for the Lebanese wine industry. The reality in Lebanon is that we have wine. We have a vibrant wine culture as a result of several accidents of history. The first being the fact that the Jesuits that were in the Bekaa Valley in the mid-19th century decided they wanted to make a dry red wine, so they planted Cinsault and Carignan in the Bekaa. The second accident of history was the arrival of the French after the First World War, and this francophone invasion, this love affair that Lebanon has with France, really cemented and guaranteed that a wine culture would exist in Lebanon more than in any other part of the Levant. Now, as a subsidiary to that, we have this rich literary culture in which the grape, the vine, and wine plays a part. But I think the modern wine industry in Lebanon today is very much driven by a colonial experience, a French colonial experience. I think it's a positive one, but yeah, French nonetheless.
And Sari, about Palestine?
I mean, as far as the modern era is concerned, just the same, some French influence, some Italian influence. So starting up with monasteries like Latrun and, I think the 1885 was when Kremizan was established. But as far as the wine history goes, there are lots of Byzantine history, Canaanite wine history, and all phases in between in the country. I try to research Canaanite clay composition in my work. My project's name is Philokalia, a collection of writings by monks and mystics that started in Palestine in the 4th century. It's a collection of writings that, Eastern Christian mysticism is sort of collected in these writings called the Philokalia. So I try to explore different layers of history. As far as Arabic history, I agree with Michael. However, we have Qasr Hisham that it was established during the Umayyad period in Jericho. I'm not sure what it did to promoting the wine culture overseas over those eras. I think it was more for local consumption for those who governed during the Arab period at certain phases, not during the Ottoman. But in the modern era, it's probably much the same. But at least the French and the Italians, through the church influence, were the ones that preserved wine-producing culture more so than others. Beyond the actual domestic experience, families and different generations of the country have preserved also some remnants that I think are even more interesting, but little known.
Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this fantastic insight into wines of Lebanon and Palestine.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for that. It was really fascinating. Thank you for bearing with us with the technical difficulties. We are going to have a couple of minutes break, just for a little bit of stage management before the next item. So if you could hold on a minute or two. Thank you. One other thing I should say is that yesterday evening, there were some fascinating talks on olive oil and food, and they are now available online from our website. So if you're interested in wine and food and weren't able to attend yesterday evening, or if you were here yesterday evening and want to hear them again, then they're available now online through the website. Thanks. Right, so we are back for the next session of the Bethlehem Cultural Festival. Continuing on the theme of power. Power is the ability not just to tell the story of another person, but to make it the definitive story of that person. Today we're going to focus on stories of Palestinian women who have suffered imprisonment in Israel. We're very pleased to have with us this evening Victoria Britton, who is an incredibly well-traveled journalist and has written much about the West Bank and Gaza. She was a founding member of PALFest and a founding trustee of the Palestinian Book Awards organization. Alan Wadhams is a distinguished economist and was ambassador to numerous countries from Kazakhstan to Libya. He was chairman of the groundbreaking charity Medical Aid for Palestinians. And online from Tunisia, we have Haifa Zangana. She's a novelist, short story writer, and activist, particularly for women's rights, originally from Iraq. I hand over to you, Victoria.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. It's so amazing to be here. I'm so thrilled that we've actually all managed to make it, and well done, Melissa, for organizing it, and well done, Abdul Fattah, for getting here, despite everything. Oh, Haifa. Hi. Hi.
Hi. So can you hear us okay?
Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Oh, good. Now I can hear you. Okay, brilliant. Welcome. Haifa's in Tunis.
Thank you.
You can wonder at that. Lucky her. So, this part of the evening is really a conversation between the three of us about books, Palestinian books, and 2 books in particular, and 35 books which were entered this year for the Palestine Book Awards. So more about that a bit later on. But I want to start with this book is Haifa's book. And I want to start by asking her a few questions about that. It's a very, very special and wonderful book. She's the editor of a series of essays and stories by Palestinian women political prisoners, former political prisoners. So Haifa, I suppose I should also say, yes, as was already said, all of us are trustees, and this year we were all judges of the Palestine Book Awards. So we'll come to that part a bit further on. But Haifa, I want you to introduce the book. And I want to tell people that I have got a few copies of them here. One in Arabic and about 4, I think, in English. And they cost £8, and they're well worth it. Haifa, it's so rare to read or even hear about women political prisoners in Arab countries writing their stories. So can you give us the background to how you managed to pull this off? What really happened?
Right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much, Victoria, and hi, Alan. It's lovely to see you all there. I haven't seen the book itself yet in English, so I hope the cover is nice and how it looks is nice. Thank you. It's arrived after I left London. Yeah. The book is, the idea behind the book is very simple, and that is to encourage women in general and women, former political prisoners, to write their own stories. Not to leave it to others to write it for them. Despite the fact, that could be important when there are testimonies, when they're going to court, or journalists meeting them, or something like that. But to listen and to even feel their own writing, using their own words, totally different. And if anyone will have the chance to read the book, will sense that it's much deeper, more truthful, and to represent the person itself more than anything else. It's almost like you own your own narrative. rather than someone else impose it or you or use it or just. The other thing was that behind this is to have it written in almost kind of literature, because literature accompany you more than sometimes just direct political writing. But I owe it really to the fantastic women who took part in the workshop, which lasted over like a few weeks every from 2016 to 2017. And I was accompanying at that time CalFest, and then I was left on my own with the workshop. But I would like to mention the names of the women who contributed the 14 texts to this book. And they are Mayr Hussein, Nadia Al-Khayyat, Bitam Khattab, Iman Ghazawi, Aya Kumail, Aman Nafi in particular, she is the wife of Nail Barghouthi, who spent 42 years at a prison. And on the 20th, a few weeks ago, he celebrated his birthday still in a prison, the longest ever Palestinian, probably in the world. I don't know, it's something like that. Mayer Hussein, she was sentenced to life sentence plus 12 years, which is very weird way of sentencing people. I was also, we had in the workshop Rose Shomali Musleh, who is in her own right, is a writer and a poet, but she preferred to stay with us, and also Noor Burhan. To those women, exceptional women, I am in debt, really. This is the book. I mean, this is the idea of the book. Those texts, which is really short, almost like poems. It gives you the feeling of what it means to be imprisoned and still resist.
Haifa, I've not had the pleasure of reading your book yet, but can you tell us a little bit how you gathered these ex-prisoners together? And can you tell us a little bit about their background and perhaps what they were accused of by the Israeli authorities?
Okay, I mean, the accusation is one standard label nowadays. We know very well about it, and that is terrorism. They not necessarily sentenced. Some of them, they just remain into prison or detention without being sentenced. And the ages of them between 40 and the youngest was at that time 16 years old. Aya was the youngest among them. How did I come across them? Well, it was a kind of a joint effort between myself and there was the Society for Women Prisoners Seeking Freedom, who helped me, and it's called Masira in Arabic, in addition to Tamer Institute for Community Education. So we, as three groups, we worked together in order. We decided, or we agreed on two conditions for this. First of all, whoever is participating, the women, should be a former prisoner, political prisoner. And second is they want to write. They love reading and they want to write their own experience. So these are the basic, really, conditions for having them. Priority was given to women who tried their hand on some kind of writing previously, like writing letters, diary, keeping a diary, a poem when she was a teenager. But the love of writing was essential in order to carry on from there. They had their own experience, exceptional experience. All what they needed really was kind of introduction into the technicality of writing. They were there, very persistent, very tirelessly arriving to the place, hours late, but they arrived. Some of them came from outside Ramallah because it was carried in Ramallah, and they had to go through so many checkpoints in order to arrive. But they were very dedicated to the workshop and their aim of writing their experience.
And Haifa, did you do this in the West Bank?
Yes, yeah, it was in Ramallah, yeah, the whole thing. And it was at Tamer Institute, they offered us a place and they helped a great deal to do that. Fantastic team, it was fantastic.
I'd like to ask you, the title of the book, you probably can't see it from down there, is, oh, sorry, Mike, carried away. The title of the book is A Party for Thera. And I want to ask Haifa, it's my favorite story in the book. Haifa, can you just give us very briefly the kind of kernel of that story? Tell us about Thera.
Yes, well, Tha'ira is a party for Tha'ira. Tha'ira is, it means in Arabic, is revolutionary. It just happened, that's the name of the girl who was born. Tha'ira was born in prison because her mother was pregnant when she was arrested. And she spent 2 years in prison. And those women, I mean, there were 25 women there. And the story is about 25 mothers for Tha'ira. They became like mothers. So Tha'ira became to talk like when she was much younger than any other child in the world, because she had the chance of talking to 25 mothers and playing and running around and everything. And she started to understand the place, the limits of the place, the guards, the jailers when they come to get education. And because she had to leave after 2 years, they planned to organize a party for her. For her 2 years and they came up with the most ingenious ways, and I leave it to the readers to read how they managed from their separated cells to get together and to have this little party for Tha'ira.
I just want to emphasize that this is not a gloomy book. You might think it's going to be, but the tenderness and the funniness of the reaction of the women to organizing this party and then, having it, of course, broken up by the guards, but after they'd sung their happy birthday. That's just to give you a feel for what I think is the most important thing, the tenderness of this book. Now, I'd love to go on talking about this book for ages, but I have to move on to another book, which is called Writing Palestine. And this was edited by Haifa and myself. And as you can see, I've got a few copies of that. And what it is, it's a series of either essays that were keynote speeches at the Palestine Book Awards ceremony over the last 10 years, because this is our 10th anniversary, or it's paintings like the amazing one on the cover, which is by Kamal Bolata, one of Palestine's most, unfortunately he died just before his book came out, but we gave him the prize that year anyway for I think we gave him a lifetime award because his book is amazing and his work is amazing. And then there's poems, and then there's some people who have been associated with the Book Awards over the years actually wanted to write a special piece for this when they heard that we were doing it. And I think that nowhere will you find a collection of such distinguished Palestinian writers and other writers associated with Palestine, like, for instance, Richard Falk, or Palestinians like Rashid Khalideh, Ramzi Baroud, so many of them. And it's a wonderful kind of history of what the Palestine Book Awards has been like. But it's also, of itself, it's a kind of a gem of what Palestinians together, even in very short things like poems or a short essay or a speech, the way that they express their identity. So it's an extremely lovely, rich book, and I strongly recommend it. You can buy those. Oh, and I should say that the proceeds from this book are being divided between Medical Aid for Palestinians and the Gaza Community Mental Health Project, which are both organizations that we're all close to. And when we had the launch of the book online, of course, we had to cancel it at the last minute. One of the speakers was the current head doctor or psychiatrist of the Gaza Community Mental Health Project. And he said to me, "What shall I say?" I said, "Well, anything, whatever you like. Just be relaxed and say how lovely it is to be kind of part of a book." And he chose to present himself with a background, which presumably is produced by whoever does backgrounds of Skype, as though he was on a beach. Of course, he is on a beach in Gaza, but he was wearing like a casual shirt, and as though he was living the most delicious life. And I think that what he expressed about Gaza's ability to live normal lives, as in some of the book, was just the whole way he presented himself was very much in the spirit of what our passion for all these books is all about. Now, Alan, you wrote a chapter in the book. Can you remember what it was about? Do tell us a bit.
Not really.
It was ages ago, actually. It took a long time to get this produced.
Partly because I was so delayed. But yes, my little piece in the book was about my life in Syria, where I spent 5.5 years as an EU diplomat there. And of course, this was in the 90s, when things were a little bit different and are less harsh than they are now. And it was a time when Hafez al-Assad was ruling, and it was a time when the peace process looked quite optimistic. In fact, it was moving quite fast, and things looked very promising at one point in the 90s, to the extent that many Syrians started investing in what they call the Tariq al-Salam, which is the road of peace, which is the road from Damascus to Jerusalem, which they thought would be opened again, and they were speculating on land. But, of course, they were disappointed and didn't gain any money from all that. So in Damascus was one of the largest Palestinian camps, Yarmouk, which you have probably heard about in the last few years. And we did work there, and among the Palestinians and for the Palestinians, the EU did. And also during that period, all the relevant political groups of Palestinians, like the FDLP and these political groups, FLP, were all there, like Naif Hawatmi and George Habash, who is the guru of resistance. And I met them all. Indeed, I even met the Hamas man, though we weren't meant to meet him. And the Hamas man came to see me, and he started talking. And he was so boring, I couldn't stay awake. Because you know what it's like in a diplomatic world. You're always up at night and drinking. And so I didn't manage to impress him very much. But anyway, he didn't impress me either. But so that's it. Then later on I was in MAP. And while I was in Syria, I was not able to go to Damascus, to Jerusalem, to the West Bank or anything like that, which I wanted to do, but I couldn't, because had I done so, I would just discredited myself with the Syrian authorities. But after I came back from the Middle East, I joined Medical Aid for Palestinians, and I had many chances to go to the West Bank and Gaza. And indeed, in Gaza, it taught me a lot, so much about the truth and the suffering, the pain, and the resistance of Palestinian people. And ever since then, I've been absolutely full of admiration for them. I think that's all I should say about my piece.
Haifa, tell us something about what you think now when you see it. How much do you love it?
Well, first of all, as a book, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful book. It's the cover, the paintings. Also, I mean, as you mentioned, the writers are really, really so valuable, and you cannot find so many great writers in one book. It gives me, I mean, what we've been working on for the last, myself, maybe 8, 9 years, and before that, from being a teenager until now, is this book is summarized the passion for Palestine plus the passion for books. So what else? I mean, what can we have better than that? So when you go now and buy a present for Christmas, this is the best present ever. And you feel you are really embodying your feeling and your passion into that. I think it's one, I have like something 16 or 17 books, but this is definitely my favorite one. And the closest to my heart, because it symbolized a journey of a lifetime, as well as working with a fantastic team, working during the awards, working with you, with Alan, with the judges, with everybody else. It's something beyond just being a book. It's definitely more than that.
Well, I think that brings us to talk a bit more about the Palestine Book Awards, which many of you may not be aware of. As I said, this is the 10th anniversary. And so in that period, we've had between 350 and 400 books. Can you imagine what a library? But I just want to ask my two colleagues to tell me their favorite books from this collection. Because the collection is politics, cooking, poetry, embroidery, science fiction, and of course some books in translation, which is something that we've worked very, very hard to get books entered for that. So I'm just going to ask each of them to tell me their favorite book from this period. Alan.
Well, it's very difficult to say what's the favorite book because there's such a wide variety. And I suppose that the whole thing is driven by the oft-quoted saying, the power of culture is greater than the culture of power. So that's one of the themes, if you like, of the PBA, the Palestinian Book Awards, to bring forward and support the culture of a country which suffers so much in the many years since the British left and before. So, I mean, I can think of wonderful books about the politics of the region and the politics of Palestine. I can think about books about novels and poetry and Natalie Handel, for instance. Anyway, the book I was going to mention is, it's called, now I'm going to forget it. It's called The Parisian by Isabella Hamad. And Isabella Hamad is a Palestinian or half Palestinian, was educated in England, and she wrote this book, which is kind of historical novel, based on her great-grandfather's experiences being born in Nablus, living in Nablus, and being sent away to Paris to learn medicine, which he doesn't do. He comes back to Nablus in the 1930s, and then follows through and has experience in the troubles going on in Palestine. There was a Palestinian uprising, there was the settlements happening, and there was a resistance on the part of the Palestinians. And so it becomes a very, very exciting book. And it's a book I hadn't expected from the Palestinian diaspora, but it's well worth a read.
Haifa, what's your choice?
Well, I mean, we had also, if you remember, we had some children books. And the child in me says P for Palestine, which whenever now I see the letter P, I think this is Palestine. That's it. It shows how powerful can a book be, is really. But the other book as well, I mean, there are so many. I mean, how can we forget the books about food, the culture of food, and the recipes, and some of them which I tried myself, and I didn't know about, like the book from Gaza, and that's because I didn't know much about the food in Gaza, though I experienced the rest of Palestine. So that stuck in my mind as well, and it was an inspiration for me. Other than that, the one I think if I choose is a book which called Brothers Apart, is Palestinian citizens of Israel and the Arab world, by Mahna Nassar. That is a really excellent book, and it touched something deep inside me as well. Because I lived the period she's talking about when there was kind of almost embargo at any culture, writings, text, poetry on Palestinians who stayed, not left Palestine, the historical Palestine. They stayed there. And there was almost a complete embargo on them by the Arab countries. So we didn't have the chance to receive anything or send something or read about it. We didn't know the developments of what's happening there culturally. But this book, it gives you an idea of how the connection was on in different ways. And if you see the cover, which is fantastic picture, I haven't seen before, because this is out of documents. She got it not accessible to everybody. And the picture is joining Mahmoud Darwish and Samah and Samih al-Qasim, and in the middle standing a Jawahiri, the most prominent Arab poet, and he's Iraqi. And they both like looking at him in awe. And this really summarized, and that's happened in a meeting outside Palestine when Samih and Mahmoud Darwish had the chance to go, I think, to Egypt in one exceptional moment of freedom. Of going there and joining the rest of Arab writers. Not all of them spoke to them, by the way, because they were worried that we don't want to normalize the relationship. So Mahmoud Darwish and Samih al-Qasim was almost part of Israel rather than a Palestinian there. So that period was very heavy and almost like when you look at it, as if reading that book is discovering what's the kind of continuity of the culture, the Palestinian culture within what's called Israel. So it's an excellent book, very excellent, very good.
Well, I absolutely agree, well, actually, with both your choices. And it just, I wanted to say that, when we start receiving the books, and we've got like 30 or 40, and you look at them and you think, oh goodness, you know. And then when we have the first meeting of the judges to produce a shortlist, it's quite amazing that almost invariably we have very, very similar shortlists. Books just jump out at you from this. So I'm going to say my favorite one, although I agree with both of yours as other favorites. And I certainly agree with the Haifa's highlighting of the food. Some of the cookery books we've had with the photographs and the stories of people's grandmothers and mothers, just amazing. But I would nominate Rashid Khaledi's The 100-Year War on Palestine, which was last year's winner of the academic award. It's a very, very skillful book, because not only is he the preeminent Palestinian academic of the day, he is the Edward Said of today, but he's also a very, very good writer, and he chose to write this book, which was obviously extremely close to his heart, interweaving his own family's long history in Jerusalem with what was the politics of the day, which different generations of his family were involved with all the way along. So if anybody's thinking of, one book for Christmas for somebody, any of these, I think, would be, completely fabulous. And I think, I just want to say one thing about what this 10 years has been like in terms of the books that we received. At the beginning, we had a lot of memoirs. There came a moment when a lot of Palestinian men who'd gone to live in America, they'd studied, and then they became nuclear scientists and professors and, very distinguished figures in their community. I think they got to the age of retiring, and all of them wanted to write their memoirs. So we had one year, I think about 10 memoirs, one of which was the most extraordinary one of Bustani. Remember him? He was blind, and he described his childhood in Palestine as a blind child whose family were determined he would get a good education. Anyway, he ended up in America and got about 5 degrees. And when he came for the Book Awards ceremony, he said, I want to bring a few family members. He brought 12, and they came from Tunis, France, different bits of America, and none of them had seen each other for years. And so it was like, it was just a wonderful, I think it was a demonstration of Palestine families and the amazingly strong connections that they managed to keep despite being scattered around the world and have the lives that they've had. So that was a very, very particular thing. But when Rashid spoke at the end to thank getting the award, he almost cried he did cry actually, at the recognition of it. And it reminded me very much of two things. One was that a few years before that, Ali Abu Nima, who some of you will know as a very, very fertile writer of the Electronic Intifada, when he got up to receive his award, it was being given to him by Dr. Ang Sui, who, as you all know, was one of the founders of MAP. But he towered over her. She's very short. And so this great big sort of alpha male successful guy, tears running down his cheeks, he hugged her and he said, I was a child in 1982 when you were in Shatila, and we used to listen every night on the radio to find out what was happening. And sometimes we would hear your voice. You are completely in my heart. Anyway, we often have tears at these events because people's emotions about their books and what they really mean to them. Books as resistance is just so key to what everybody's feeling. And, well, those were just a couple of moments. I don't know, would you like to say something?
Well, it's this. I find also the awards combines, as I maybe said before, the passion for Palestine and books. But also, I think on another level, it really combines our solidarity with the resistance of Palestinian people. So it's this kind of a whole or a mosaic, and we are part of it. And the awards, hopefully, I mean, and I'm sure it will continue for many years to go. We believe it's not really going to end in 1 year or 2 years or 3, but this is something which will carry on altogether. We believe also the people in other countries other than Palestine itself, which they are doing, resisting themselves, are in need to continue their solidarity in various ways, Any way they can show it, they can do it. It is helpful, is it? Because it is about our humanity in the end. This is what we are defending. This is what we're working for. We are probably selfish people. We are not that thing, because it's about us as well as everybody else is. And I think the awards is part of it. We are not claiming we are changing the world, but this is one step, small step, and it's proved to be successful until now, and we hope to continue as successful as it was in the last 10 years.
Thank you so much, Haifa. I've got the signal that we're at the end, so I'm so sorry I didn't get round to questions, but it was short. Anyway, thank you very much, Haifa, for coming from Tunis. Thank you very much, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel. We're going to take a short break now while we do a little bit of stage management. Some food has arrived, so if you're interested, over there on the south side of the church, there is some food. So please help yourselves, and we'll call you back when we're ready for you. Again, thank you very much, panel. Hello. We're ready to continue when you are. So. Thank you. Welcome back after that hiatus. We're now moving to consider what role cultural activity can play in a community, particularly the concept of beautiful resistance. Beautiful resistance in Arabic, it's al-muqawama al-jamil, is a term coined and developed by one of our panel members who will be familiar to many in our audience, Dr. Abdul Fattah Abu Sarur. There aren't really enough words to describe Abid's activities, but he's founder and director of our Word Cultural and Arts Society, based in Hawiyya Camp in Bethlehem. But I'll sum him up by saying he's an author, a dramatist, an actor, a director, and a social entrepreneur. I may have missed a few things. Bridget Keenan is a much-traveled writer and journalist who, with Ahda Absaweef, founded the Palestinian Festival of Literature. Charlotte Eager's career includes experience as a filmmaker, foreign correspondent, novelist, and producer, working most particularly and recently on productions with Syrian refugees. And William Sterling is an award-winning filmmaker and communications consultant who founded, with Charlotte, the Syrian Trojan Women's Project that we'll hear a bit more about later on. Right. I hand you over to Bridget.
Is it on? Oh, it's on. Good evening, everybody. I'm so sorry I have to read what I'm going to say because I had a stroke a few years ago and sometimes I come out with very unexpected remarks. So I'm just going to read to be on the safe side. But I feel so very, very privileged to be invited onto this panel with the man I most admire in the entire world, who is Dr. Abdel Fattah here. He's only just arrived through many difficulties from Palestine. I first became involved in Palestine when I started the Palestine Literature Festival with the Egyptian writer Ahda Absaweef 12 years ago. Our intention was to take as many internationally well-known and influential writers in the English language to Palestine to show them the facts on the ground. And one of the facts on the ground was Abdel Fattah's Al Rawad project in the Aida refugee camp. There was not a visitor who came and met Abdel Fattah and saw his work of beautiful resistance with the teenagers in the camp who was not deeply touched and impressed. I have to set the scene for those who here who have not been to Aida camp. It was started in 1950 to house refugees who had been expelled from Jerusalem and Hebron when the Israelis took over Palestine. At that time, there were around 1,000 refugees housed in tents. But now the camp has 5,500 inhabitants in more solidly built housing units. But there are no football pitches or parks, not just densely packed streets bordered by the grim grey Israeli separation wall with its watchtowers and heavily armed Israeli soldiers overlooking the camp. The wall comes particularly close to the camp because there's another wall around Rachel's tomb, which is a holy site for Jews, which has been protected by a separate wall. And it's right next to the camp. So this makes everything feel very claustrophobic and grim. During the second Intifada, the Israelis turned on the camp. They thought it was a hotbed of resistance. Many buildings were destroyed, including the school. An elderly lady died when they demolished her house around her. There were hundreds of arrests, and the camp was put under curfew and patrolled by Israeli soldiers night and day. But things are much calmer now, in part thanks to Abdel Fattah's Al Rawad project. But the Israelis still have a nasty habit of raiding the camp in the middle of the night, terrifying the inhabitants, dragging off a handful of young men to charge them with something, and damaging whatever they can while they're there. In fact, I think you've just had an incident like this, Abdel Fattah. Al-Rawad's beautiful resistance is bringing peace by educating children in non-violent expression and teaching them to use their creative skills and turning their talents to performing and visual arts and developing a real sense of community among the young. Charlotte Eager and William Sterling, here, who are authors, producers, filmmakers, have become adept at this kind of education. Both of them experienced the horrors of the war in Bosnia. Charlotte as a war correspondent and William as an aid worker. In 2013, after the Syrian war, when the number of refugees fleeing that country was mounting up, they started working with Oxfam, UNCHR, and local community leaders in Jordan and later and now in Glasgow on a whole series of projects, a radio series based on the lives of refugees, lost my pace, like Boris Johnson, a play based on the classic Greek tragedy, The Trojan Woman, and an Arab language version of the musical Oliver. They will be showing the trailer of their new film just after we talk to Abdel Fattah. But first, I have to ask some questions to Abdel Fattah. And so I want to ask him a bit about his life, because he was born in the Ida camp, and I just wondered what it's like to grow up in a refugee camp with not much entertainment.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I am honored to be here. Well, I guess it's paradoxical to be born as a refugee in your own country, let alone in other countries. And for Palestinians, part of them became refugees, in fact, after the tragedy of 1948, and then born in refugee camps or exiled, and their children were born in other refugee camps and so on. And for us, it wasn't an easy thing to understand at the time, because we are living in Palestine, yet we are in refugee camps on a rented land for 99 years by the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And you are pointed aside as marginalized, as not wanted, as the one who ran away in front of the occupiers, and then the ones who are troublemakers as well, because you are also carrier of the resistance. And you have to do 10 times what any other person do to show that you are a human being, you reclaim and defend your humanity. And despite all the ugliness of this illegal occupation, we are not born with genes of hatred or violence. And we reclaim our right to freedom. We reclaim our right to return to our own lands and homes. And this is not begging for mercy or being presented as victimizing ourselves and so on. It is a question of right. And how to reclaim that right? Of course, some chose different means of resistance, those who carried armed struggle, and this is a legitimate right for Palestinians and any people who are under oppression or occupation or dictatorship. And those who chose other paths through education, through culture, through arts, through keeping this beauty and getting married and fall in love and have children and flourish the universe with people who remain truthful to their values and identity. So I was one of these children who were born in the shelters that the UN started building after 6 years under the tents in 1956. And when I passed my high school exam, the roof was dripping water after the rain, and we have what we call sraj, or the gas lamp with petrol, to study and so on. It wasn't easy times, but I would say those times were still much better than the days our children living today. Because even with this illegal occupation, we could circulate around, we could be in the field, we could reach the sea, even if the Israelis were put us aside not to mix with other Israelis or other people in the seashore, but it was reachable for us. Now you look at our children who are even 18, 20, 25 years old, probably they never see a sea in their life. They have never reached Jerusalem. They don't know how Al-Aqsa Mosque look inside, or the Church of the Nativity for our Christian brothers and so on, the Church of St. Sepulchre, and so on. So there are things that, despite the ugliness of this illegal occupation, were accessible to us. And nowadays, despite all this talk about the human rights and values and rights of children and the freedom of movement and so on, every single child of ours is deprived from these most basic rights. So we try to give them possibilities to access their rights. We try to, with people like you who may influence others, to be able to reach out and say, this is not just, this is not right what is happening for Palestinians and any refugees in the world, in fact, to be deprived or put in camps and segregated and pointed as the people who are troublemakers or whatever. People do not become refugees because they chose to, but because they are forced to. And looking at what is happening around the world, there are a lot of tragedies. And that's why we feel with every tragedy in the world. We cannot isolate ourselves and say we are the only victims who suffered and forget the suffering of others. And unfortunately, there are people who monopolize the suffering to say it's only them who suffer. And every other suffering does not matter. And this is what Israel has exploited, the suffering of Jews, to represent themselves as the only victims in the world, and no other victim count. Every victim count, every injustice count. And so that's why for us, choosing this beautiful resistance as a way to say every resistance is beautiful, whether it's armed or non-armed struggle, but the choice of resisting through culture, arts, education, is to give our children and young people possibilities to express themselves in the most beautiful, creative way, and hopefully think living rather than dying just for their country or whatever cause. We need our children to be alive. We need them to grow up and change the world and create miracles. And hopefully they will be walking in our funerals and not the other way around. We are fed up of walking in the funerals of our children. And that's why we do what we do. Hopefully it would be a way to build their peace within themselves, to be peace builders, to start within their own community and in the world. So for us, getting education, maybe if you get a chance to travel and see the world and then come back, return, and help in whatever way to save your country and give possibilities for others, inspire hope, promote life, and see that we can do a lot of things without waiting for miracles to happen, but to provoke them to happen.
Abdel Fattah, yes. I was going to ask you, you yourself had the chance to go to France and do your university degree, and you lived very happily in France. I know you're a fan of France, and you could have stayed there. You could have escaped the whole thing and just stayed in France. So what made you go back to Ida camp?
Well, I guess it was a chance. I started learning French while I was doing my bachelor degree in Bethlehem University in biology. I loved biology. My heart was with theater, painting, photography, but also biology. And, we lived in a time where your parents would say, do something to earn your living. Arts does not feed you, and so on. So it was all this way. So I arrived in France, and it was really an amazing and interesting experience and a shocking experience at the same time. Because when I arrived, what nationality they will put me. At that time, I'm talking about 1985. So there was no Palestinian passports, no Palestinian ID, and if we need to travel, if you could have a Jordanian passport or an Israeli travel document which states your nationality as Jordanian. So when I arrived in France, after a big dialogue, they put me as as nationality Jordanian refugee under Israeli mandate. So I said, really? I am not a Jordanian who fled the dictatorship of Jordan to be in the beautiful democracy of Israel. I am a Palestinian refugee under Israeli occupation. So that created a huge problem. And many hours later, they came, okay, monsieur, come back tomorrow. When I came back the next day, they put me as nationality to be determined. So the tragedy of it is that you are denied your own self, your own identity, your own nationality, your own humanity, and who will determine who am I? When the French, Monsieur Jules Cambon, in the 4th of June 1917, followed by your great Lord Balfour, the 2nd of November 1917, promised Palestine for the Zionist groups at the time, nobody said Palestine is not determined or to be determined. Well, they determined it afterwards as Israel. But the essence of it is that nobody asked us our opinion and so on. But truth to be said, yes, I loved France. I loved the experience. I loved to get an education and see how much possibilities people have and how much I can give back to my country. Because everything that happened, every good thing that happened, if there is a party, if there is a parking, a park, green fields, and so on, if I went to the sea or walked in a museum or whatever, how can we do that in Palestine? Why our children don't have that in Palestine? My mind was always connected there. And so that's why, I guess, for me, if every Palestinian who get an education leave the country, who will build Palestine tomorrow? And when you come, it was a chance to do my academic work. I finished my PhD in biological and medical engineering, but at the same time follow with the artistic work, doing theater, being a writer and actor, and do my exhibitions of painting and do my photos and so on. It was an enriching experience in that field. How can it transmit it to others? So after 9 years in France, I came back thinking that Palestine was only waiting for me to save it. You see how modest I am. So I started working with my biology degree to earn my living, volunteering to train theater until 1998 when I founded Ar-Rawad. Because when you see a child looking at you, I say, I want to die because nobody cares. Or because when the Israeli incursions happen, at 2 or 3 in the morning, nobody is there to do anything for children or for the families who are. So what did we fail so that a child lose all his or her hope and say, I want to die because nobody cares? We wanted to say that we do care. And we wanted to give these possibilities for our children so that hopefully they be the change makers they want to see and not just wait for others to do the work. And that there are people who do work to help them continue working and living for Palestine and so on. So it was a commitment. It was maybe some of my colleagues stayed in other countries when they got their scholarships and went away and never came back or come back just for vacations. But for us, it was, again, another kind of resistance to stay because existing is also resisting in Palestine.
Thank you, Abdel Fattah. I know that life is not very peaceful for you yourself because you have a problem with your wife. It has Jerusalem identity, and you don't. So can you tell us a bit about the harassment you get just traveling to and fro from the Ida camp?
Well, I guess I am among many Palestinians who have this chance. I guess it's a beautiful chance because, and again, getting married is an act of resistance in this context. When you get married with somebody from Jerusalem or from Palestine 48, you know what waits for you. Or with an international woman even, to bring her back eventually, or the other way around. But the essence of it was, you need to get a permit from the Israelis to go to the other side. And the choice of living in Jerusalem was also an act of resistance, as my return was an act of resistance, because the Israelis want to empty Palestine from its Palestinians and want to empty Jerusalem from its Palestinians. So again, staying in Jerusalem is an act of resistance. And I would not help my wife to leave Jerusalem. I want to enrich Jerusalem with more Palestinians. So it took me 6 years to get the permit to be able to live with my wife and children. But even many times I could not drive in the car with them. I could not cross the checkpoint with them. I need to pass by another thing so that they control my biometric prints or fingerprints at a certain time and so on. But yet we do resist, because it's a way to say that this is Palestine and we will keep it. The Palestine we know and we want, and not the facts on the ground that the Israeli occupation creates erase the rights of people. And this is all the way for us to say that we are here and we are staying. They destroy a house, we build a new, and again, more beautiful, to say again that we are here and we will continue to be here. They uproot trees, we plant 1,000 more, and so on. And this game, unfortunately, continues with the occupation.
Thank you, Abdel Fattah. Well, I don't know how Palestinians retain their calm. I mean, they must have some extra grace from God, Allah, somewhere, because...
Well, it's the Holy Land, anyway.
Well, this proves it. But I'm going to hand over now to Charlotte and William to tell us about entertaining refugees in the same way that Abdel Fattah does in Ida Camp.
Thank you very much. And as that was a marvelous talk there by Abdel Fattah. We're going to show a short trailer for a documentary we made about a production of a Greek tragedy, Euripides, The Trojan Women, which we did with Syrian women refugees in 2013. And then in 2016, we did a tour with the Young Vic of the UK with about half of the original cast, but with a different director, and they did another adaptation. So what you're going to see is a bit of a Syrian road movie through England and Scotland. It's only about 5 minutes long, and then we'll discuss more about the project, etc. afterwards.
Very quickly, before we see the film, I'd just like to explain about the origins of the project, the point of the project. The project was designed very specifically about 8 years ago for two reasons. One is psychosocial support, and the other as a strategic communication strategy to communicate the pathos of the Syrian refugee crisis to an audience who might otherwise not be particularly engaged or interested. And at that time, the Syrian refugee crisis was very underreported. And of course, refugees, not ones in camps, we work with people in lodgings mainly. They're often very lonely, very, very isolated, completely traumatized by what's going on. And by bringing them all together and doing something with them, you create a new community for them. And by using drama, they can work their own stories into the text of the play. And then by putting the play on publicly at a high artistic level, you literally give them a platform to tell that story to the world. Because every refugee has undergone an experience you can make a Hollywood motion picture about, and nobody cares. And hopefully, as you can see on this Young Vic tour that our cast did in 2016, people cared.
انظري إلي وستجدين مأساة تمشي على ساقين. كنت أيتها الأم زوجة قائد عظيم. زوجته عيد. وأنا صغيرة حلمي إني مثل. كنت ماني مصدقة إن الحلم اللي كان أنا صغيرة إنه هلا رح يتحقق.
That was a clip The original production of Syria, the Trojan Women that we did in Jordan in 2013. Hopefully we'll get the trailer of The World to Hear, which is the documentary about our Queens of Syria 2016, Young Victor.
Charlotte, can I just ask you, was the young woman in that a film a refugee herself?
Yes, she was, absolutely. She was one of our original cast members. And in fact, she was the woman who came up with the line, "I have a scream I want the world to hear, but I think nobody is listening." And she said to us, she said, "I used to dream that a journalist would come to my suburb and ask me questions because I just wanted to tell them what was going on." And they had to flee Syria because her husband was a policeman and he didn't like being asked to shoot civilians, which is what was happening. And when they fled, when they got to the border, he said to his wife, "Turn around and take a good look at Syria," he said, "because you're not going to see it again for a very long time." And in fact, she and her husband have just been involved in the most recent project we did. During COVID, we had to, obviously our theatre projects were impossible to run during COVID, but we created a black comedy project online. And it was a Syrian's idea to do black comedy. As I'm sure you guys will agree with me, there are a lot of very funny things happen during war and in refugee society, but they're quite sick. So you have to be quite careful who you share them with. But all these people had these very, very funny stories, and they wanted to create a black comedy out of them. So we ran these weekly black comedy projects on Zoom. And we ended up with 60, we had to shut the workshop at 60. We had 60 people from all over the Middle East, Jordan, Turkey, Austria, Germany, the UK. We were reuniting families. Some of whom hadn't seen each other for 6 or 7 years. And of course, they could all ring each other up on WhatsApp and complain about how dreadful their lives were. But we were actually doing something fun with them. We were doing something constructive and fun. And Willie became the most unlikely online fitness guru because at the beginning of a drama workshop, you have to do exercise, warm-up exercises to sort of get your breathing right and also to get everybody into kind of group situations. So he would stand there as a middle-aged man with a moustache, telling them what to do. And occasionally I'd say, "You're doing that one wrong." Oh, that was quite dangerous.
Moving swiftly on. So you can show either of these clips. If you want to show this clip of Syria, the Trojan Women, the first one, or the what?
Okay.
Oh, right, okay.
Ask me another question. Ask Willie a question.
You're either, I think, going to see a trailer for the documentary we made about the first production in 2013, or one about the one I just described earlier. And I think what was, there were some things which surprised us about this project when we first did it in 2013. I think the one that because we were both classicists and we'd both been in Bosnia, and when Oxfam asked us to come up with a drama project for, or originally a film project, but we decided theatre was better, we instantly thought of the Trojan Women by Euripides. Okay, we're going to watch this now and I'll burble on later. I'll move out of ways.
Lift up your head from the dust. Heave up from the earth the weight of your misery, you whom the gods have cursed.
تركت كل شيء سوريا. سوريا شو هي سوريا كل شيء. بعد تركنا نحن تركنا روحنا. هلا نحن بس جدد ماشيين.
Please practice speaking to everyone in the space. واحد كتير ورا.
يا من كان لك مجدا عظيما بين أذن البرابرة. أنا كتير متفائلة ومتحمسة بشكل. بس ما بعرف شو بدي يصير.
Tonight, the big opening. Why I'm really wanting to speak with you now is just to say, look after each other.
but I'm also so happy because I think that we did it. We're not here to entertain you or sing a song.
This is just a story of huge courage and taking part now in something which is well outside of your comfort zone.
هلا أنا كنت مفكرة إنه كتير من الدول إنه كلها بتعرف متغاطي، بس لا طلعوا الناس أبرق من هيك، ما عارفين شيء.
ما سبحت في البحر فورا. I have an anger and a message to pass to you. Everyone wants to bomb in our home, but no one wants to accept us in his home.
نحن نساء سوريا القويات المناضلات، نحن حرائر سوريا، نحن ملكات سوريا.
أنا على طول بحس حالي على المسرحية إني أنا شخصيتي أنا ما في كلمة بالمسرحية قلتها إلا وبتعنيني أنا شخصياً يعني، وبحكي عن نفسي وطالعة من أعماقي. ما في تمثيل على المسرح، بحس حالي أنا.
أيها الفم الحبيب، ما أكثر الكلمات الجميلة التي خرجت منك. ها أنا الآن أرثيك وأنت بهذا السن، أنا التي يتوجب عليها أن تقوم بالواجبات الجنائزية لك.
فوقتها ما عاد في محل آمن، يعني أكتر ما في إنه سيارة مفخخة يحطوها جنبك يفجروها، هذا شيء مو صغير، شيء كبير كتير خطير.
Some agonies are beyond telling, and some must be told.
I so hope you can do something with Al Rawad in the future. Yes, I so hope you'll do something with Al Rawad and Abdel Fattah.
maybe.
That would be so wonderful.
I think, I mean, you must have seen, when we started this project, everyone who's ever been involved has been completely amateur. Many of them have not even thought about being involved in theatre or film. And some of them had to, particularly the women, some women had to do much resistance from their husbands and for more conservative male relations. But and I really admire their courage because they were, they wanted to tell their story. They wanted to find out if people cared. But this was very hard work, and they had to go deep inside and pull out really rather traumatic experiences in order to tell their story. And the reason we chose the Trojan women is that as a Greek tragedy, it's not really like others. And I think there is a debate about this, that it was written by Euripides in response to his own city, Athens' war crime the year before against the island of Milos, where they enslaved all the women and children and killed all the men because Milos wouldn't join them in their alliance against Sparta. And it gives, and when we had it translated into Demotic Arabic, because it was a classical Arabic translation, but we thought that, Omar Abu Sada said that's not good enough. So we gave it to all the women to read. And they all had this instant connection with the women in the play because the same thing had happened to them. Behind the women in the Trojan women, behind them is the ongoing destruction of their city. Their entire former life has disappeared. They are now going to become completely different people with completely different status. And every single woman in there identified either with Cassandra or with Hecuba or Andromache. And so what Omar did, and then subsequently Zoe Lafferty, who was the director for the tour, is they gutted most of the play, but they kept the great set pieces, the great speeches by Hecuba, the great choruses and Andromache. So, and they framed the stories, modern stories of the appalling nature of war beautifully, and they completely complemented each other. And the emotional hit for audiences is enormously strong. So much so that I think they were quite taken aback. And every time we've done this, we've done 3 different productions of the Trojan Women. The reaction of the audience, I think, is very is surprising to them, because they see these people crying, and it doesn't matter whether it's in Jordan or in Scotland or in wherever. People are, they feel this because they are being communicated to directly by the people. They're telling them their story. And then because they've heard the backstory, it's like, hang on, that's just like me, but with a catastrophe where my home has been destroyed. And again, so theatre particularly has this incredibly strong effect on people who otherwise would be bystanders.
I guess part of this, it's incredible because actually this year, the Palestinian National Theatre in Jerusalem, Al-Hakawati, with French partners, have produced l'Assemblée des Femmes, the Women Assembly, and برلمان الستات أو النساء. And they also met with different women, different ex-women prisoners, and so on, to create this play, like you did somehow with this stories of women. When I started with the children. So it was amateur as well, because it was the way to give them that space where they can talk, where they can shout as loud as they want, where they can be whoever they want. If they want to die for Palestine, okay, die on stage, not in real life, please, and go and live and grow up and do better and so on. And I think the interesting thing also with your program is the international tours are important, because I see it when our children go and perform in UK or United States or different European countries or Arab countries. They see a little bit of normal life, let's say. I don't know what normal means, but other than what they are living. But they also meet with people. And we can see that as human beings, we share a lot of things that should bring us closer to each other. And that we have differences that are the most amazing gift that we could have, that enrich us and not make us afraid from each other. And the beauty of that creativity through theater, dance, music, photography, video, whatever, they put us on equal grounds. You don't see Syrians, you don't see Europeans, you don't see Americans, you don't see this and that. You see human beings, and they touch you or maybe don't touch you, not based from where they come from, but based on how it touches you, what you see. So that is the amazing way to break the stereotypes and show humanity in its beauty. And of course, put a zoom on certain cases, because it's important to vehicle that in a way that can reach people, and not the media reporting and the stereotyping and media brainwashing and so on. So for us, we are defenders of this value of especially theater, because I think it's one of the most amazing and powerful, creative, non-politically correct ways to express yourself and say your hopes, dreams, life, and not give up. When people say it's hopeless, this is a way to say we don't have this luxury of despair. But this is steadfast hope that we can do better for young people and the generations to come. Maybe we did not make this world a better place for us. Hopefully, it can be better for them.
Sorry, I was just going to very quickly say, in addition to that, often when you have no power or place in the world, art and creativity, that sort of soft power, that trying to reach out to people, is all you have left to, in any way, influence your life outside your immediate place or family.
And actually, that's one of the extraordinary things about the internet, is that anybody in the world now can tweet or blog or Instagram or whatever, and so they do have an ability to reach the world and to express themselves in a way that people didn't have before. So as William was saying, with the touring, that particular production was fascinating. We had a standing ovation every single night. In fact, to be perfectly honest, we've never done a performance that hasn't had a standing ovation, and I can assure you that is not a normal theatrical experience, but it's an incredibly powerful connecting tool. When we did the gala night at the New London Theatre, where we had 1,500 people there, I was sitting next to quite a famous British actress called Anna Chancellor, and at the end, 1,500 people all stood up, which I was quite used to by this time. They all stood up. And Anna just looked at me, she said, "I've never seen 1,500 people stand up spontaneously like that." I said, "These women have never seen anything else. They think this is a completely normal actor's experience." But it is an amazing way to connect. And the other thing that we're particularly proud of when we toured internationally with this production is not all the cast returns to Jordan at the end of it. So that particular production, all I can say is we needed 2 buses for the tour, but we only needed 1 bus to take them back to the airport. So half the cast are now happily living in Tunbridge Wells.
Maybe they're in the audience tonight. Who knows?
No, I think they're getting busy on with their own lives. No, and it was very brave of them. They claimed asylum at the end of the tour, and they
It's
always
become a
stay.
sort of form of good manners.
It's a form of good manners. They
of our
always stay
production.
for the final performance. They claimed asylum at the end of the tour, and then it took about a year for them to get their husbands and children over. But that was absolutely delightful. If something that we had to pretend to be cross about for the Home Office, but inside we were very happy. And since this production, we've now worked with men and women, and have done for quite a few years now, because it was very clear to us actually that the middle-aged men were incredibly depressed as well, and there were endless operations for women and children in Jordan. But there was UN Women, but there's nothing called UN middle-aged men with a moustache who's depressed. So we then started doing workshops and productions that were mixed gender. And that's certainly the Trojans, which was the big project we did in Glasgow for a couple of years. That was mixed gender.
I wanted to ask you, Abdel Fattah, how many children are there in the camp? I meant to ask you it right at the beginning.
Well, actually, there is about 6,000 people living on about 60,000 square meters of land, surrounded by this illegal wall on the east and north. 2/3 of whom are under 24 years old. About 45% are under 18 years old. So it's a very young population, a lot of children, and they are the most privileged targets for the Israeli occupation. And every new Israeli officer who is responsible of the area, let's say, has a great message to refugee camps in general, but particularly in Aida camp because of its location as south of Jerusalem, north of Bethlehem, that they want to do everything to break them morally, psychologically, emotionally, inundate them with drugs, make them collaborators in every possible and impossible way. And so the challenge is enormous. And they are, in a way, putting all their power to destroy childhood, one way or the other. That's why it was important to work with them. That's why when a child says, "I want to die because nobody cares after all these incursions and so on," and unfortunately, Palestinian Authority has no real authority on anything. They cannot protect us if there is an incursion by the Israeli occupation army. In fact, their order is to step away. They cannot be protectors. The only time was during the second Intifada, at a certain time, during the invasion of Bethlehem for the 43 days, in end of March till the 13th of May 2002, there was a stand of the Palestinian military, let's say, facing the Israeli occupation with weapons, and people felt close that their authority represented them at certain time, at that time particularly. But afterwards, and unfortunately, less and less hope. And Israel has been doing that also purposely to discredit the Palestinian Authority by denying it any power of doing anything on the ground. And unfortunately, the political level is much less than the popular level in the resistance and so on. So that's why there is a lot of movements, a lot of organizations targeted by the Israeli occupation army. This year alone, the Israelis invaded Ar-Ruwad twice. They destroyed many things, and they used our bases to shoot at people and so on. So even discredit the credibility that this is maybe a safe house to a certain extent. They put my office upside down with the executive director office and so on. So a lot of trying to cut the trust that we build with our community one way or the other. And children are not only the future, they are also the present. They are the makers of that future as well. And so it's important to give them every possibility and not dictate them what they should do, but they can talk with their names. The women can talk with their names. They don't need Charlotte or William or Abdel Fattah to tell them what to say. They have that power, and they should be given that power. And one of the main things, I guess, that theater is not a way to victimize and present people as a humanitarian cause. It also nourishes that political cause behind all the tragedy of this humanitarian face of the cause. People are not poor because they are lazy or don't have resources. People are put into the poverty on one side by this illegal occupation in Palestine, or donor countries which come to say we can resolve everything, throw some crumbs on the table, and we have helped these poor miserable people to stay miserable for the eternity of their life and be continuously dependent, and instead of consulting with them, help them do, or us, what we really need to do: build infrastructures, create jobs, help people keep their dignity, and not to transform people into charity actions on the long term, because it creates other business. Humanitarian is a business to a certain extent, because it does not empower people. It takes away their power, in fact, to make a change. And theater gives that power. And as you said, when people applaud for you for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and so on, and these people feel the power they have to influence others. And that's why we put a lot of struggle to make great actors, performers, artists, to make a stand, to say that we are influencers and we can influence others and the fans all over the world to stay. Theater cannot be politically correct or diplomatic. It's the power to put the emphasis on where is injustice, where are people denied their rights, where they are enslaved, where dictators rule the world, and so on. And stand for what is just and what is right, because at the end of the day, these are the values that we share as human beings, regardless of our color or religion or ethnicity. And this is the heritage that we hopefully can leave to these young people and the generations to come.
I was going to, I think you were absolutely right.
It's a marvelous speech.
A really marvelous speech, Tata. And I was going to say that I think, because obviously getting your message out, producing this message, being able to say what you want to say, what happened to you and what you feel about it, is one thing. We were doing a radio project in Heidelberg, and I was put in charge of the middle-aged men with moustache section. We were all doing little radio plays. And one of them said to me, "This is rubbish. I don't know why we're just making all this stuff up. Why don't I just want to tell my story. That's it, the truth, beginning to end. That's it. That's what I've come here to do." And I went, "Okay, well, you're about 8 other people who want to tell their story too, but..." He said, "No, I don't care about that. I just want to tell my story." So I told my story, got it off my chest, that'll be fine. I said, "Look, do you like lamb?" He said, "Of course I like lamb." I said, when you see a sheep in a field, you don't go and run into the field and start chewing it, do you? He went, no, I don't. He said, no, the lamb is butchered, it's dressed, there's dressing, there's vegetables, there's rice, etc., etc. And he went, yeah, okay. He said, what we're trying to do is not tell people information that goes into their head through the ear. We're trying to tell people what this is really like, to care about the situation and to feel that. And that has to go to the heart. And for that to happen, they have to, in a way, become you, or they have to identify with you and feel how you feel. And he kind of got it. And that is what theatre does, what film. So getting a message out, that's fine. But getting the message into the heart is the most important thing and the most powerful thing you can do. And I wish you every luck in doing it.
I'm getting a message from off the stage that we have to come to the end of our act. And I think we've all really enjoyed it. And there's just one last thing I wanted to say, which is something Abdel Fattah said. He said, nobody has the right, looking at the world, at the problems of the world, nobody has the right to say, oh, I can't do anything. Because otherwise, every day that comes will continue to be worse than the day before. And so today has shown us a bit what happens, for good things happen when people like Abdel Fattah and Charlotte and William, and to some extent me, when we do something. So we must all go out and do something. That's what I beg you all to make the message from Palestine and from Abdel Fattah clear to everyone you know. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Consider yourselves being given a standing ovation by everybody here. And we've got a couple of minutes to wait until we organize the next act, so please talk amongst yourselves. There might be some food left or buy something at the bar. Thank you very much. And thank you, panel, very much. Hello. We're about to restart, so please take your seats. Right, I'm here to introduce the Hawiyya Dance Troupe. I think they're here to raise the tempo this evening, and also we hope raise the temperature of the building. Hawiyya is an all-women collective that explores identity, culture, and resistance through dance. And tonight they're showing solidarity with the Palestinian cause through their performance tonight of Dabka. I give you the Hawiyya Dance Group. Thank you.
Hawiyya
يا هلا ميت هلا الضيوف والمعازيم الكرام يا ميت هلا حطاط وعقل ختياري وشباب شباب وصبايا يا هلا
يا ظريف الطول وقفت اقول لك رايح على الغربة وبلادك احسن لك خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني انا يا ظريف الطول وقفت اقول لك رايح على الغربة وبلادك احسن لك خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني انا
مع منا مجاوزينا
يا ظريف الطول ووقفت اقول لك رايح على الغربة وبلادك احسن لك خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني انا يا ظريف الطول والحق يا ظريف القالوا عنها تريدك نزفت عالرصيف وقولوا دورك يا خيتة عنا خفيف هدول اللي ما عرفوا تاريخ بلادنا يا ظريف الطول ووقفت اقول لك رايح على الغربة وبلادك احسن لك خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني انا ظريف الطول يا سن الضحوك يلي يا ربي في دلال امك وابوك يا ظريف الطول يوم الغرابوك شعر راسي شاب والظهر محامى ظريف الطول ووقفت اقول لك رايح على الغربة وبلادك احسن لك خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني انا You're sorry for two, come on, look what you lose, get it back again. Wanna stay far and wanna stay the same way, yeah, don't worry about it. You're sorry for two, come on, look what you lose, get it back again. Wanna stay far and wanna stay the same way, yeah, don't worry about it. You're sorry for two, come on, look what you lose, yeah, don't worry about it. You're sorry for two, come on, look what you lose, yeah, don't worry about it. You're sorry for two, come on, look what you lose, yeah, don't worry about it. You're sorry for two, yeah, don't worry about it. Come on.
Thank you, Hawiyya, for a wonderful performance. If anyone in the audience ever tried dabka, it isn't easy, and that was wonderful. So thank you very much indeed. Really, really impressive. Again, we have a small hiatus until the next performance, so please talk amongst yourselves. Thank you. Hello. Please take your seats. We're going to begin again. Thank you. A person can only be born in one place. We're privileged this evening to enjoy a performance of this piece of theatre written by Palestinian playwrights Ahmed Najjar and Ashraf Afifi. They bring to us the story of a Palestinian man who wants peace and quiet, but in death, he's disturbed by Israeli rockets and attacks and needs to defend his home from a Jewish settler seeking to evict him. This performance will be followed by a film about the lives of artists in Gaza, and then Ahmed and Ashraf and Amy will discuss the impact of the occupation on artists in Gaza and the diaspora. Thank you very much.
No one is going to harm you. No one is going to hurt you. No. And you know, I am your father, the strongest man in the world. No one can touch you while I'm here. No one will never leave you alone. No. Besides, these are only, they're just fireworks. Yes, they are fireworks. And they will go away. They'll go away. They won't harm you. No, they won't. No. I tell you what. Let's play. Let's play. What would you like to play? No, I have a better idea. Let's dance. Let's dance dabka. Yes, you know the first one I taught you. Wahda wa nas. Let's do wahda wa nas. Yes? Wahda wa nas. Hey, and now let's do the talata. Yes. The one longer? Yes, you know it. Yes. Hey, and now let's do the tashila. Yes, tashila, the big jump. Who put this cup here? Who put it? Who put this cup here? I mean, it wasn't supposed to be here. It wasn't supposed to be here. Only things are supposed to be where they are. This bloody airplane of ours wouldn't be here. And even the pilot inside it would not be there. He wouldn't. He would be somewhere in Europe, or like somewhere in Poland. Yes, somewhere in Poland, eating potatoes. Yeah, eating potatoes somewhere in Poland. And I wouldn't be having this life. I wouldn't be here having this life. I would be in Jaffa, enjoying the smell of the blossom of orange trees, eating some zayt and za'atar. Oh baby, It's okay. It's okay. No. Let's sleep. Let's sleep. And tomorrow morning, none of this will be here. None. I promise you. Yes, I promise. I promise you. Let's sleep. يلا تنام يلا تنام وما جبنا جوز
Take as much of your stuff as possible.
What are you doing here?
Is it any of your business?
Let me go. I need to go and get my daughter. Besides, you know, if you're taking my house, that means you're stealing it.
If I don't steal it, someone else will steal it.
No. No one has the right to steal it. It's my house. No one has the right to steal it.
Come on, you know me well enough by now. Better I take it than someone you don't know at all. Let me take the house. You go off, find yourself somewhere nice to live. We be nice to each other. You'll still be alive. We could be friends.
I don't know you. I've never known you. I only see you walking down the road, heavily armed and protected. Please, leave us alone.
Come on, you know very well. This is gonna happen. Just look at the next neighborhood. We took all of it. No matter how hard they resisted. No Palestinians here, Habibi. Come on. You're looking at me for? You know it's not my fault. Go to Gaza. Go to Jordan. There are so many Arab countries out there you could go to. Why do you insist on staying here? In the land that God promised us?
Here in my home in Salahuddin Street?
God's promise. First made to his people Israel. And it's impressive to see how often God states that his promise is eternal and lasts forever. The whole story of salvation centers on Israel, her creation, her redemption, her restoration. God's might and power are made evident through his everlasting promise to Israel when the Lord promised to Abraham to make him a great nation and to bless him.
But we are also the descendants of Abraham as well, you know, but we just happen to be of a slightly different religion from yours. Besides, Abraham was never a Zionist.
God promised a specific land, the promised land, the holy land, this land. There is no room for Palestine or Palestinians. I'm sorry you happen to be here, in the way and all. This is the chosen land, and we are the chosen people. I know that may sound unfair to you, but get over it, for God's sake. The whole world is with us.
Here we go. The life of Palestine. The life of every Palestinian. A white Jewish man, heavily armed, roaming our streets, terrorizing us, killing us, stealing our homes because of God promised him our land, our homes that we built with our own hands. They even take them furnished. Who's your fucking God? Bullshit. And the world is believing this bullshit. People from my region do not live in the post-colonial world. We exist within the legacy that empires left behind. When we come clawing to your shores, and Israel is the legacy of Great Britain. And we are very familiar with your names and with the names of your countries. They're all over us, in our walls, in our streets, in our school books, in our TVs, in the eyes of our orphan children, that the soldiers of your legacy have killed their parents. You know, sometimes I do wish for my people post-traumatic stress disorder. Because at least it's supposed. But no, we are led into believing that there is nothing for us to salvage. And the world, the entire world, has to stand a minute in silence every year for your tragic history. But my people do not have this luxury. My people are constant gardeners, too busy planting flowers at the top of the graves of their beloved ones. Your tragic history, sir, has become our everyday life. Too many dates to breathe. Too many dates. Nakba. Naksa. There you see. First Intifada, Second Intifada, attacks on Gaza. You name it, the list goes on up until this very moment. And the tragedy is that we can't even talk about our own tragedy because it is always seen controversial. We could even be killed.
I am your enemy, intertwined in your memory. I am the broken promise of your history. I am the anomaly to your faith. I am the blood of your darkening sky, the blood of your nightmare. I am the blood of your words. And I stand here with my hands in my pockets as I feel for the key to my house. It is me and my body you will soon stumble upon on a street you say you own.
حبيبي ظهر يميني هز القمر وعليه
لازم اضحي عشان الفن.
بتحس انه هذا يعني في مصر
اللي هي طائرة الاستطلاع. دنانة.
أعيدها؟
هذه فزبة، هذه كانت فزبة. الصوت طالع عندك صوت الفزبة. غزة مدينة في بلد محتل، وبالتالي بيعيش صراعات كتيرة، وكل مرة بكون للاحتلال دور كبير في إنه يهدم كل شيء بنبنيه. كان فيها في يوم من الأيام مطار تم تدميره ومنع إنشاؤه مرة تانية، ما فيش فيها ميناء بحري، فتخيل لما مكان بهاي المواصفات بده يعمل مسرح، كيف ممكن يكون شكل هذا المسرح؟ احنا في عنا فقر تقني وفقر فني وفقر مادي، ولكن ولا مرة بكون في عنا فقر في المحتوى. في كادر مسرحي مش صغير في غزة، في شباب بالعشرات ويمكن بالمئات اللي بيحاولوا يخلقوا حالة فنية.
قبل ما أفوت المسرح كنت مغلقة جدا. بعد حادث صار معانا في عدوان 2008-2009 استشهد بابا الله يرحمه. بعد هذا الحادث اللي صار من الصدمة ما حكيش. بعد ما انتهى العدوان ورجعنا على المدرسة كانت المرشدة تحاول تاخذ مني الكلام بس أنا ما حكيش، يعني ما أعطيهاش ولا إشي. بعد 11 سنة كنا في تدريب مسرح، حكيت عن هاي القصة، حسيت في دافع من جوايا بقول لي احكي هذا الاشي. حسيت حالي لما فتت المسرح بلشت اتحرر من هاي القيود اللي انا فيها. حسيت الناس اللي بتعامل معهم في هذا المجال غير الناس اللي بتعامل معهم في العالم الثاني اللي احنا عايشين فيه.
من وانا صغير وانا عندي حب كبير للمسرح، كان امنيه حياتي انه انا اقف على خشبه المسرح حتى لو كان دور قليل لإلي او دور صغير، بس كان بنيصني انه انا ما عنديش الخبره لانه انا اوقف على خشبه المسرح، بعرفش اساسيات المسرح، ما بعرفش انا كيف ممكن اكون على خشبه المسرح، فللاسف انا ما بعرفش اعمل اي شيء على المسرح غير انه انا اقلد ست الحجه. ولا تكون انت وياه تكون كيامتك ان شاء الله كل واحد يطلع على داره. فانا كنت محتاج اخذ العلم الكافي في هذا، وطبعا ما فيش عندنا اكاديميات انها بتعطي علم في المسرح للاسف.
كيف أنتم ما سويتم لكن نرانا نحن نقول لكم كيف أنتم بخير.
ميولي أكتر للفن، للرقص المعاصر، بحس إنه يعني بيشبهني كتير. الرقص المعاصر يعني هو الطريقة الأمثل إني أعبر عن حالي بما إني شخص هادي وشخص يعني مبهم كلياً. بالبداية يعني كأي شخص بلشت بتعامل مع فيديوهات عادية على اليوتيوب، على التواصل الاجتماعي. أكتر الصعوبات اللي واجهتها بهذا الفن إنه المجتمع مش متصالح مع فكرة إنه بنت بتعمل رقص معاصر بغزة.
الإنتاجات المسرحية في غزة تعتمد بشكل أساسي على تمويل خارجي من مؤسسات المجتمع المدني أو اتحاد أوروبي. في غزة الفنان ما بيملك رفاهية إنه ينتج أعمال فنية عالمية. تدريب المسرح بيكون إشي مضحك جدا لطاقم العاملين في المسرح. على سبيل المثال إنه الديكور واحد لمسرحية واحدة بنعمل له إعادة تدوير وتكرير لعدة أعمال مسرحية تانية، ومرات بتحس هذا الإشي بيشبهنا. الفنان نفسه في غزة يعاد تدويره، يعني أحيانا بتلاقي فنان شاب مش قادر يشتغل فول تايم في الفن أو في المسرح بشكل خاص. مرات بتلاقيه بيشتغل سواق تاكسي أو نجار أو دكتور، وفي وقت تاني هو بصير فنان على المسرح.
نعلم جميعا أن المسرح يزدهر في حالات الاستقرار وفي حالات الحرية. المسرح في غزة لا زال يبحث ويحارب من أجل الحرية ومن أجل الانعطاق والتغيير. أنا بظن أنه لو شكسبير رجع وبعث من جديد وكان بيننا وأجى على غزة ولقى أهل غزة بيعملوا شكسبير، أنا بعتقد أنه هو حيكون أسعد إنسان في العالم.
شو بيفرق المسرح في غزة عن المسرح برا غزة؟ يمكن ناس برا بيعملوا مسرح لأنهم بيحبوا المسرح، وفي غزة بنعمل مسرح لأنه محتاجين المسرح.
المسرح اللي برا هم بيكونوا بألفوا القصص، أما إحنا بنرويها.
برا بتعلموا من خلال الجامعات والمدارس وعندهم أكاديميات للمسرح.
يعني بغزة فيش رقص معاصر أصلا، بس برا فيه يعني كتير.
في العالم أنا بعتقد في إمكانيات كتير وفي سونوغرافيا وفي مال، ولكن يمكن بيفتقروا للقصص المثيرة. في غزة في قصص، في مواضيع، وفي حدث، بس فيش إمكانيات.
كنا ننتظر أن تقولوا لنا كيف أنتم أأنتم بخير، لكن نرانا نحن نقول لكم كيف أنتم أأنتم بخير.
Good evening, everybody. I'm hoping that we're also going to be able to connect with Ashraf. There he is. Hello, Ashraf. Welcome. That's great. Great to see you. And that's we've had quite an extraordinary just experience now in terms of seeing the play and then the short film about the work that you're doing in Gaza as well. And I just wanted to start off with a question really that came from the film, where you said, when asked what's the difference between art outside of Gaza and theatre inside Gaza, and you said maybe people do it outside because they love it, but in Gaza they need it. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that, because I think that the connection between trauma as well that came up in the film was very interesting too, in connection with the play.
Yeah, hello everyone. Okay, 1 minute. The thing is, I have been in Europe like 8 years ago, and I saw some theater there, and I saw people there just enjoying theater. And I saw people making theater, like making play about life, about love, about different things. But the thing is, in Gaza, we always do theater only about one specific subject that we keep repeating, and it's funny because we do our theater about us, for us. It's only repeating the same object all the time. But as you know, society is suffering from attacks, from miseries, from blockade. That means we have a lot of people that need for help. We have children that saw things that should never be seen, and that affects them in every way. That's why we keep working in theater in a way that trying to help them get through this and trying to give hope, because that's what we need all.
Absolutely. And how did you come to the theatre yourself? I mean, you talked a little bit in the film about the fact that there's no training schools in Gaza. What was your trajectory?
Actually, it's all based on experience from people from outside of Gaza, because I started learning theater in 2009. At that time, we had been living in the lock like for 2 years, and I was like a young guy who looking for work, looking to do something important with his life. And we have nothing. The whole factories was closed, the borders was closed, so basically you have nothing to do. So I heard about some theater training and it was the first time for me to know that there is a theater in Gaza. And I went there. It's a company called Theater Days Productions. It's supported by the Holland government, I think. And they brought like some experts from Holland to teach some young guys about theater. And that's how I started. And ever since, I've been like trying to pass my knowledge, which is very old now because I had like 10 years ago or maybe more.
Well, what are the biggest obstacles for artists in Gaza, would you say?
I would say there's a lot of them. For example, theater is not a big part of people's life in Gaza. We are trying to make it, and there is always financial problems because I know that in Europe people pay tickets to see theater. In Gaza we don't have this culture anymore, and people in Gaza think if they don't laugh in theater that it's not theater. For example, if they saw the play that you just saw, they will be leaving. There is no laughing about it. We have to laugh about everything here. That's hard also. And of course, the biggest problem that we are suffering, that there is no new knowledge. The artists and anyone works in every area should keep updating his information, and we should see new thoughts, new ideas about theater making. But since we are blocked, we see nothing but what we do. So, as I said before, we just keep repeating ourselves, telling almost same stories to the same people all the time.
I was very struck by the woman in the film who said, the young woman who said, outside maybe you create stories and here we narrate, which speaks very much to, I mean, you've just been speaking to that very well as well. I mean, I wonder also, I'm interested by what you were saying about the audiences. They don't want to see their own reality at the same time. So that's a sort of contradiction that is at play in terms of wanting to see something that's going to make them laugh. How did you and Ahmed come to be working together on this play? Ahmed, do you want to just talk a little bit first?
Yeah. Well, I met Ashraf in Gaza when I went there in this year in April. I always think about been to Gaza hundreds of years ago. We started talking about the potential opportunities that we might have together. And I went to his organization in Gaza, and I've seen the team that he's got, such an inspirational team, incredible. And I thought I really ought to do something. And that's how we started sort of to think about what we can do. And I read his play, he read my play, and we talked about it. And then we wanted to come up with something that was 15 minutes from the two plays. And as I have to say, that was very challenging to narrow it down into two plays of almost 2 hours, to narrow it down into 15 minutes, or the ideas of it. So, and it was a great experience. That's how we came about.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
I mean, that's quite a bringing
it
together into 15 minutes.
It was very short period in terms of time.
I think there are very strong themes that came out as well in terms of the traumatic experience, but also the kind of the long-standing nature of this apartheid and settler colonialism regime, and the way it sort of impacts on individual lives. And I particularly like the role of Dabka that it came through. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the role of dance as well in the play.
you know, if some of you might know, like Dabka is a Palestinian traditional dance, and that has been a way of expressing happiness and using it in a happy occasions. But well, maybe like since the occupation of Palestine, that Dabka has become part of the identity and resistance. So, you know, you do Dabka, that is something that the Israelis never liked, because you emphasize your identity. And I remember learning Dabka from school, and we learned it discreetly in the school and that sort of thing. So it's always for us as a form of resistance to show your identity, and Dabka is obviously part of it. You know, I want to follow in one point in terms of the knowledge and exposure that the Palestinian artists have. And it feels really frustrating for Palestinian artists, and that's what I sensed when I was in Gaza, because they cannot really travel, they cannot meet each other. Like the Palestinian artists from West Bank cannot meet the Palestinian artists from Gaza. They cannot meet the Palestinian artists from abroad, or any artists for that matter. So they're always very kind of limited in terms of exposure. And it's a very good example, the fact that me and Ashraf have worked together through Zoom, and we tried, like, we got around it that way. But like I could tell you, it would be much cheaper and easier if he just have come here. But obviously, it's not possible for the Gazans to leave that easily. It's always really tough. And the follow-up on the theme that the Palestinians always choose. And I think that's really another issue, that for Palestinians are so focused, and it's not that something that they can help themselves, so focused on in the issue of Palestine because of all the occupations. So no one else can thrive, or it's difficult for Palestinians to thrive in other areas, because we feel they're so obsessed with that occupation, Israel, because it is personal, at a personal level. It's that thing that stops you from seeing your family. That thing stops you from becoming a normal human being like everybody else, where you can move freely and you are treated as a human being. And that is the thing that is so obsessive that we have to keep talking about to the world about it, and repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. And then it becomes political because it's Palestine, and we never make it to the mainstream as Palestinian artists. Another difficulty that it comes into highlight really for us is, like, when you mention the word Palestine, it becomes, oh, okay, do we have actually to mention Israel too, so we are balanced? I'm here to talk about Palestine, not Israel. And that sort of issues goes, and I'm sure some of you have seen it in the mainstream media in terms of BBC and other places like that. It's no matter how much they try to be balanced, but it always fall into the trap. We want to be sitting on the fence, and sitting on the fence is never really being in, like, what's the saying? When if you sit in the fence, then you are with the oppressor. So. And that's what we are experiencing as Palestinian artists, that it's never really easy for us to make it to the mainstream.
Now, first of all, I'd like to say how sad we all are that you're not here in person with us, Ashraf, though it's wonderful to see you on the screen. And I would just also like to give an opportunity for people in the audience to ask questions, because it's not often that people are able to speak directly to Gaza as well as to Ahmed here on the stage. So I wonder if anybody has a question that they'd like to ask, either about what it's like to be... we've already got one here. Yeah.
Well, Assalamu alaikum, Ashraf. يعطيك العافية. I don't know if you see me or whatever. My name is Abdel Fattah Abu Sroor. I have a theater in Aida refugee camp, and I was the president of the Palestinian Theater League between 2009 to 2013. I wanted just to comment on some of the challenges that we have as Palestinian artists and the narration of our story and history, as you said, because it's important that we narrate our own version of our stories and history. and the creativity in narrating it differently every time with every theater group and so on. And this is where creativity of artists in Gaza is amazing. I'm also on the board of Theater Day Production, so I'm happy that you mentioned that, because they have been working since many times, many years, and they defaced from Gaza actually, so there is independent group Theater Day Production actually. And I was really happy to see Ali Abu Yassin and many others on your film. Freedom of movement. طبعا. Freedom of movement is a big challenge. And so, a lot of times when Palestinians circulate with their plays, we have to justify that there is the Israeli, or those who invite us, organize the tours, should we invite an Israeli group, and so on. Theater is not about being diplomatically correct, and so on. The other thing is donor. A lot of theater became projects and not our own initiative. Especially in the West Bank, more than in Gaza. And the third thing is the politics of it. A lot of times it's the challenge with the politics of authority and so on.
Could we have a question for Ashraf?
In fact, it's about the themes that are brought in the plays. It is a richness. Don't you talk about the violence against women? Don't you talk about the challenges of unemployment? Don't you talk about not just the occupation, but different social problems, environmental problems, health problems in your plays? Thank you. I don't want to take the time.
Actually, yes, we do all the time. But, you know, sometimes it's a big challenge to have the opportunity to produce a new play. And then you had to think that is what is the most important subject to bring up. Of course, we do, all the time we do play theater about women and about children. It's actually mostly about this. But you know, since you mentioned donors and how it's difficult to produce theater in West Bank and Gaza, I want to tell you something. Some of the suffering that, the obstacles that the theater makers have in Gaza, that sometimes donors make it like they point you to certain way, like they want you to talk about only one subject and not to mention anything political. And if you are Palestinian, you know that you could never skip politician from your life. It's just a big part of your life. So yeah, sometimes it's hard to make a play even for children without being somehow political. And one other thing you said, I want to comment about. You said trying to tell our story, trying to tell our real story. Sometimes in Gaza, I'm sorry I keep saying Gaza because I have never seen anywhere else. I don't know any other place of Palestine but Gaza. So sometimes we feel like we are being shutting up because, you know, media as being completely controlled by Israeli or our governments that support Israel. That makes our sound goes low all the time. So yes, in every single opportunity, we try to bring up the real story about Palestine. So maybe someone will hear it. Sorry for talking so long.
No, thank you so much, Ashraf. I'm sorry, we are just running over time, so I'm really sorry that there hasn't been more of an opportunity to ask questions, but it's been really great speaking to you. and really wonderful to hear about your work. And also, it's really exciting to see the two of you working together. And we're looking forward to seeing much more of that collaboration. So thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you in London and in Gaza. I crave your indulgence for a couple of minutes for our last item. We need a little more time to organize the stage, do a sound check. So please chat amongst yourselves for a few minutes. Thanks very much. Hello. Right. Please take your seats for our last performance this evening. I would just take this moment to remind you that this isn't the last performance of the festival. The festival continues in Scotland tomorrow and the day after. So if you can't go to Scotland, then please follow it online. You visit the website and there's a link there. When you're ready to take your seats, thank you. So tonight we have with us Faris Ishaq. Well,
he will be joining us.
He'll be joining
in the second part.
Right, and Saeed Silbek. We're delighted to welcome them both, and we're enormously grateful to them because they've stepped in to fill the breach when the Galilee Quartet had to cancel their participation because of COVID complications. It's an exciting evening because it's the first time that Faris and Saeed have shared a stage. They were now in fact scheduled to play together later on in the month, so it's fortuitous actually that we forced them to come together tonight. Faris will be playing the ney, which is an end-blown flute, some 5,000 years old, not his, but the idea of the instrument. And he's noted for his performance, particularly in jazz. Saeed is a Palestinian composer and oud player. He has a unique understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, of different types of music, from Arabic, Turkish and Indian to classical Western styles. So Saeed will start. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying this late and for being so patient for the music at the end. I'm very happy to be here. It's an honor to be performing tonight. I'll say a quick word also just to begin the music. It was sad news that the Galilee Quartet couldn't make it. I was very sad to hear that because of the latest restrictions that came. I know all four of them, Umar, Mustafa, Tiba and Gandhi. They are simply amazing. They are beautiful, beautiful musicians. And I hope they will get the chance when things calm down to come again and to perform here, because I think it's very important for them to be here and to perform and show their art. So in a way, it's a bittersweet cancellation, but fingers crossed they'll be able to make it the next time. I will be starting with a piece of my composition called Sama'i Nakriz, and it's an instrumental piece. I won't go into too much details, but Sama'i is a Turkish musical form that is basically built out of 4 verses, if you like, and the chorus that repeats in between the verses. It is usually built on a very asymmetric rhythm, which is called Sama'i Thaqil. So it's not something that you would dance to, let's say. I will play it to you, and I hope you like it. Tom, no need for vocals on this one, so you can turn it off. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see Wissam Bustani in the audience. Good to see you, Wissam. Thank you for being here. The next one is actually a song, supposedly from the Palestinian folklore. There are different versions of the story, but all the versions agree that the name Al-Rozana is the name of a ship. And I think the version that I like the most also, although it's a tiny bit sad, but it's of a couple, and the woman is singing to the man who left on a ship in a very difficult year to go and bring food and water back to the country. So I will sing you Al-Rozana. كل الهنا فيها وش عملت الروزانة الله يجازيها عالروزانة كل الهنا فيها وش عملت الروزانة الله يجازيها يا رايحين عحلب حبي معاكم راح يا محملين العنب تحت العنب تفاح كل من وليف معه وانا ولي في راح يا ربي نسمة هوا ترد الويلف ليا عالروزانة كل الهنا فيها وش عملت الروزانة الله يجازيها الجبل واشرف على الوادي واقول عملت الروزانة الله يجازيها، إيش عملت الروزانة الله يجازيها. شكرا. Thank you. Thank you so much. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you. Allow me to invite to the stage, and this is the sweet part. The bitter, we talked about it. This is the sweet part. We were supposed to meet in a week, but then with this, we met a week earlier. Faris Ishaq, please join me. Faris will join me on 9. I'm so glad this happened in a way, and that we got the chance to play together. We met today, we rehearsed today, we're going to perform to you today. So it's all it's all premiere.
Spontaneous collaboration.
All premiere. Say again?
Spontaneous collaboration.
Yeah. Well, spontaneous but prepared as well.
We've been playing for ages.
For ages. I'm going to block your view. I'm sorry about that. I know the oud is a beautiful instrument. The oud also is made out of wood, which means that it's easily affected by cold or heat and temperature. What I'm trying to say is, excuse me while I tune. والشتا رواني والصيف لما أتى ولع من نيراني بيضل عمر فدا ندر للحرية ويمام وللهوى يمام وليا ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النادل فيا ويمام وللهوى يمام وليا ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النادل فيا يا ليل صاح الندى اشهد على جراحي وانسى الجيف العيدا من كل النواحي والليل شاف الردى عم يتعلم فيا يمام وللهوى يمام وليا ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النادل فيا بارودة الجبل أعلى من العالي مفتاح درب الأمل والأمل برجالي يا شعبي ويا بطل أفديك بعيني ويمام وللهوى يمام وليا ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النادل فيا ويمام وللهوى يمام وليا ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النادل فيا. شكرا. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll open the view back for you. This piece is called Mandira Hijaz. Mandira is a form, a musical, a Turkish musical form. It's quite upbeat and lifting in a way, and you can definitely dance to it if you can dance to sevens.
It's a dance originally.
It's a dance,
It's a dance.
yeah. And Hijaz is the name of the maqam or the scale in Arabic. Tom, we won't be singing on this one, so you can kill the mic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. 2 hours rehearsal we had. Imagine we have 5. Next time, hopefully. Last one for tonight. Not much to say about this one because it says it all. We will end with Mawtini, which is our national anthem. Please join us, those of you who like to sing.
Come on stage.
You're more than welcome on stage. And if you need the lyrics, we have some copies. Please feel free to join. الجلال والجمال والسناء والبهاء في رباك في رباك والحياة والنجاة والهناء والرجاء في هواك في هواك هل أراك سالما منعما وغانما مكرما سالما منعما وغانما مكرما هل أراك في علاك تبلغ السماك تبلغ السماك موطني موطني الشباب لن يكل همه أن يستقل أو يبيد نستقي من الردى ولن نكون للعدا كالعبيد لا نريد ذلنا المؤبدا وعيشنا المنكدا ذلنا المؤبدا وعيشنا المنكدا لا نريد بل نعيد مجد الحسام واليراع لا الكلام والنزاع رمزنا رمزنا مجدنا وعهدنا وواجب إلى الوفاء يهزنا يهزنا عزنا عزنا غاية تشرف وراية ترفرف غاية تشرف وراية ترفرف يا هناك في علاك قاهرا عداك قاهرا عداك موطني 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 Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Thanks for everyone who helped make this happen. Thank you, Tom, on sound. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was the most fantastic way to end the evening. Thank you so much. That was, for a spontaneous collaboration, that was not bad. I think we can all agree. So thank you very much indeed. That ends our evening. As we said before, if you want to see more, it's online. You know where to look. Thank you very much for coming. I hope you're not too cold. I had a wonderful evening. I hope you did too. Thank you very much.